How's it going, Blue Sky? Welcome back. Sorry about that. Let me restart this. Hope you guys are having a great day. I think my connectivity should be fine now going through the rest of the session. Welcome again to Blue Sky's Live Trading Day, hosted by Rizzler. You might even catch some of our other great traders that are part of our firm. Mike himself pops in occasionally, as well as at Power Hour, Coach Matt drops in. Don't forget, today is Thursday, so we also have our free trading class after market close, hosted by Coach Matt. Phenomenal teacher with over 20 years of market experience. So if you're looking for guidance and help in navigating and starting your career, then join us here at Blue Sky. We're all waiting for you. We're folks just like you and I sat in a chair just like you, wondering and thinking how we could change our lives and improve our lives for the better. I myself have just became a full-time trader about 3.5, almost 4 years ago now, and it's been a journey, and you can do it too. You can join me on that journey, and I encourage you, and I hope to see you on the other side with me. I host live trading throughout the whole live set. I don't think so. Okay, let's try. Good morning, team. How are y'all doing? Everybody hear me? Okay. I'll go ahead and assume that yes, y'all can hear me then. How's everybody doing today? Overall market, very interesting moves here in the morning. In the overnight session, NQ and ES basically ripped from the open. Bob can hear me now. What's up, Nacho? Good morning. How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? Don't forget, y'all can catch us on YouTube Live. So, friends that are in Discord, and for you guys on YouTube, there's a link to our Discord if you'd like to jump in with us. Feel free to. Yeah, what an interesting overnight session, right? I've got all the tickers up on one chart here. So I figured this would be easier than just having separate ones. Crude oil sold a little after hours, but still just kind of in this lower range. Maybe we'll see a pop on crude oil. Gold futures actually was to the upside through most of the overnight as well. A little bit of a pullback, but fairly just, a very chill move through the whole night session. Yes, and Nasdaq were just kind of stalled out at around 3 a.m. That's a London open and started to sell, and it's been selling since. Coming into the top of the trend line on Nasdaq. Yes, pulling back quite a bit now, almost near its previous bounce spot at 6,440. And ding, 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 there's our bell team. Ah, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Looking for a gap. Yeah, it does look good. It does look like it's going for that gap. Probably SPY. It would be easier to see it on the SPY. What is up with my chart? The chart just straight up locked up. Okay. Had nothing but problems. I've been having nothing but problems with my. All right, let's go back to SPY. Take a look at what the SPY is doing. Whew. Let's turn on regular trading hours. Dang, that's a pretty huge gap. They came over and they did a speed test. they came over and they did a speed test for me. So they said that my modem went down on Saturday. Called in, they did their stuff, and it was weird. I had to keep rebooting my modem until I got connectivity. But since then, it's like I get these like breaks in connection. Yeah, I noticed that last night we were trying to watch TV, and I kept getting buffering. I can't tell if this thing is actually moving or not. Okay, it is. All right, good, good, good. Maybe that's it. Let's check out Webull. Take a look at HUD. You hear me? Oh man, sorry team. Looks like I'm having some issues with my internet. It's going slow. I Yes, it's still selling. Still pushing to the downside. Oh man, NQ is really selling now. NQ at 23,659. Let's get our orb on here. We're gonna have a huge range. I'll tell you that right now. Today's probably gonna be a difficult day. I wonder if we'll sell and it'll set us up for non-farm tomorrow, right? Robinhood is selling. Let's take a look at the heat map. All the selling. A little bit of red going on right now in the market on the S&P. You got technology mostly red. The only thing helping us right now is Meta and Microsoft and Oracle. Amazon 1% green, Nvidia 1.3%. Banking's kind of struggling. Maybe banking can help us. We'll see. Let's go to Renko's. Take a look at Renko's and see what's happening over here. Yeah, looks like we're gonna have some selling happening. Man, yeah, I think we're gonna continue seeing that. I think he's holding, but yeah, I was trying to find support off prior highs. You guys are not having any issues hearing me, are y'all? Yes, it's just pushing to the downside. Cutting in and out a little. Yeah, you know what? I'm noticing that. Like, yeah, I'm noticing I'm having some issues. My speed is fast though. My speed is crazy fast. That's how fast I should be right now. Well, then Q is continuing to push down to the downside. Yeah, that worked out beautifully. You know, we had talked about that yesterday and the day about how coming into the week numbers were, the market was structured to where it could give us a nice bounce. Now we opened up very overbought, and now we're pulling back in, trying to find some support. Yeah, still NQ still holding that 23,663. A little bit of consolidation here on this range, so it's a weak support in my opinion. But it's holding. We got Chicago PMI in a few minutes. Should be dropping in about 18 minutes. Looking for a short down to 602. Good luck to you, sir. Good luck to you. I wonder if ES will roll down to the prior orb high, which would be 6,413. Starting to break the orb. Take a short on paper. See if we can get down to VWAP, the 200. Put stop. Oof. Right there. I should have waited for the next candle to open. That's what I should have done. I think I jumped the gun on that paper short. This is just a paper short. Just seeing if we'll get down to the 200. News in 2 minutes. That is correct, sir. News in 2 minutes. Move my stop down to the 15 on the 200 and stopped out almost right away. Yeah, I would have already been probably stopped out too. It's probably gonna pull back pretty nasty before it continues down. I should have probably waited to go short around here, 639. You're expecting it to reverse here, go back up to the upside. think we'll get more downside since we broke the 15 on that. Oh well, you know what? No, it's not. It's right. Dang. I actually did jump the gun, didn't I? Wait a minute. Did I grab? Oh, I did grab the wrong one. God dang it. It shouldn't have been that one. I wonder if I can move it. Let me reload this. Oops, never mind. People not caring about the 15-minute 200 EMA, I guess. Yeah. Oh, good. Good, good, good. My lines didn't get moved. Let's see here. Where's the other? I don't know why I have this line here now. Damn it. I was going to have to remove it. Orb right there. Hood is starting to rip. Meta struggling, starting to get choppy though. So buyers definitely starting to come in. Yeah. Probably just waiting to see what's going to happen with numbers here in the few. Catching a nice bid on ES. I'm about to get stopped out on this paper short. Looking like we're finding some support off that orb low. Right above the 200 as well. Grab 6430, yes. Going to take a long up to 667. Good luck to you. Just got stopped out on that short. Steve's levels are literally like crack to you. I don't get to see his levels. I don't get to see them. It's too bad that we can't simultaneously like stream. Tip grab that 630 long on ES. Nice. Yeah, I think the stages is like that. Stages you can have more than. I thought you could do more than one screen share on stages though. I don't know about stages, but there can be multiple streamers in a regular chat channel. Yeah, that is true. The only thing is that in a regular Discord, everybody can talk, and we can control as much who can speak. Well, I think we could change that. Probably set rules in there. I'm not sure. I don't know if they want to do that though. He is still working itself up to the upside. Trying to test the EMA now. Oh, there it is. Got stopped out pretty quickly on that ES. On that NQ long. Short, I'm sorry. Getting back over the 9 EMA. Oh, look at Hood. Hood's starting to go. Maybe I should have went for Hood instead of Weeble. Weeble's catching a little bit of a bid. Couple of nice scalps on ES. Congrats. Close enough amount. I was at 641.74. Congrats, bro. Congrats. Yes, cooking up quite nicely. And Key looking like it's kind of struggling. Yes is at the EMA right now, trying to roll over it. This is a decent short spot though on ES. We've had this trend line here. still in that range. Trying to break out of this channel, this upward channel it's been in. It's crazy. So we get a close on NQ above 712. Probably see like a pretty aggressive move to the orb high, I think. Look at that. We've got 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Dang near has already caught up most of that sell. There's 698. Congrats to you. Oh, Microsoft is breaking lower. Meta up at the still on the top side, holding pretty well. I've heard Microsoft is still in this sell. Yeah. Those of y'all that trade fair value gaps went halfway through now. Microsoft, selling whereas Meta is holding. Oh man, look at that candle on Webull, on Hood. God. Come on, baby, push it. Let's go. Let's go, Webull. Hood is going, aren't you? Too bad I took it early. I'm expecting it to drop a bit here. It just hit the 5-minute 9 EMA. Do you think gold goes up or down from here? Let's take a look at gold. You know what? Wrong chart. This one's it, I think. So I got my lines on this thing. I mean, if you're not already short, it's a little late. I would wait for a pullback if you're trying to go short on it. But right now, for the time being, it looks like a good short. Yeah, it hasn't even started its sell yet, really. Looks like it's got a lot more. But 3,351 has been a support line for us. So we've been just holding this range, and you can kind of see it here. Broke below it yesterday afternoon, bounced, and then ripped the whole morning. But check this out on the 15. You got a nasty M right here that just look at this. You got this M here. So I don't know. It looks selly to me. It looks like it does want to sell. Like on the higher time frames, it's just a question of if the lower time frames will let it keep selling. You know what I'm saying? It does look like it though, because like even in the 9, you haven't even started. Oh, you should see it do that. Hey, come on. Since we took a look at gold, let's take a look at crude. I think crude looked like it was a little pampy this morning, struggling. Still have a downward trend that it's in that hasn't broken out of also since Wednesday. Oh, dang. What's that? All right, let's go back to MQ. I didn't even move my orb on this. Let's move these real quick. All right. And there's your orb for NQ. I'll have to put this guy somewhere else for right now. Put him off to the side. Y'all see this meta move? Come on. Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, we watched it last night, Jaja. So, like, we actually stayed in VC, about 20 minutes or so after market close, just to kind of watch earnings and stuff. So we saw Microsoft and Meta just rip faces last night. Crazy. Any earnings lottos? It's too late for that. Let's take a look and see what earnings plays we have for today. Let me get that up for us. Taking a short here. All right. All right, Fuff. Good luck to you on that. Let's see. Where's that channel where I have earnings? Okay, got it. Oh, the medicals, I mean, you could look them up. You could look them up and you could see how juiced they are. Oh man, Weeble, come on. Hood's ripping and you're over here just doing this. Look at this. Man, I should have bought Hood calls. Apple to DGG. Thursday. Yeah, it's true. We have Apple. So after hours, we have Apple, Amazon, Coinbase, Reddit, Cloudflare. Those would be the ones that stand out to me. And tomorrow morning, you have Exxon, Chevron. That's about it. That's the thing about Apple. The tough thing about Apple is you have people that are fanatical about it. And they're married to it. I'd be interested to see Coinbase though. Coinbase's earnings could be really, really good, especially with crypto the way it is and stuff. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Investors just care about that. Calls on Coinbase are so expensive. Calls on Coinbase will cost me $1,200 if I want one at the money. Stopped. It looks like it wants to get bullish now. You look at ES on the 15, it's crazy. On the 3 minute, I'm sorry. Look at the way it looks on the 3. A little a little bull flag right there on the 3. Yep. Dang, Weeble, what are you doing? Yes, just in this little bull flag on the 3, just consolidating. It's on the EMAs, it's on VWAP, it's on the 26, it's above the 9, so EMAs have already converged. As a matter of fact, you need the 9 to cross over, though. You need the 9 to cross the 26. Let's see if it catches up to the candle and rolls over it. What you got in Q? That's gross. And you might have. Let's take a look at Apple. Well, man, it still looks like it wants to pull up. Let's take a look at NQ, see what it looks like. Oh, same thing. I wonder if we'll get this like wonky like trend line to the upside from here. We'll do something like that. It'll be a slow grind. It'll just like because kind of did that right here, but need something moving upward. Yeah, definitely set the stop too tight. Maybe, my friend. Meta's starting to look like it wants to sell. NQ struggling. Still in the middle of that orb though. Look at it. NQ's right in the middle of the orb. Yes, in the middle almost as well. But we've seen this all week. I wonder. We've seen this since last week. We get the sell in the open, we get a bounce, and we get the next sell, and then at the end of the day we get the rip, right? And then sometimes into the close, we could get the rip, and then right before close we'll get that sell in the last like 5 minutes or something. Maybe we'll see something like that. Apple catching a bid. What Apple calls her for. At the money calls on the Apple are $420. It's $4.20. Think he just consolidating here at 23,669. Still in that same range. As well as ES. Let's do a split. There you go. We'll do a split on NASDAQ and ES. How about that? Mwah. Market just hanging under VWAP in the 26 now. Just holding this flag I drew. Take a look at NQ. Same thing for NQ. Kind of a boring morning. Other than that sell that we got. Still waiting again though. I'm being patient. Maybe we'll come up here, reject the EMA, and then we'll get the sell down. I don't know. I gotta make a quick phone call real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be here, so if you guys have questions, you can ask. But I'll be muted for just a few minutes. Just a quick call. Again, that's sell now. I see you there, Enon. Let's take a look at gold real quick. Yeah, just be careful. Could bounce here. We bounced there at 551. I'm so sorry, guys. I had myself muted in Discord. I am so sorry. I've been talking here for a good while. I didn't realize that I've got like two different mutes. I've got the mute on my headset and I got the mute on Discord. And I was muted on Discord and on OBS. So, but my headset itself was, oh my God. Oh man. Yeah, tell me about it. Oof. I've been I've been here talking for so long by myself. I haven't been on the phone in I don't know how long. Oh my goodness. I'm glad one of you guys brought it up. I haven't been on the phone in oh my God, I don't even know. It's been a minute. Let's just say that. It's been a minute since I've been on the phone. I thought it was quiet. You're right, it was quiet, Josh. I wasn't talking at all. I've been sitting here looking at price moving the charts and stuff. Oh my goodness. I tell you. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. I want to ask if you mute yourself because you usually don't do that, but I'm afraid of being rude. It looks like no, no, no. No. You're perfectly fine. If you guys notice something, just call it out. I'm fine with that. But sometimes having so much other stuff kind of going on, you kind of lose focus of some of the details. I got so many windows open, more than what I normally would have for trading. I got a chat. I got two different chat windows open. I got YouTube's chat. I've got what OBS open. I've got a screen share of everything I'm looking at also open on top of what I'm looking at. So I'm looking at my screen almost in like three times because I see it in OBS. I see the preview that you guys see, and I have my screen itself. So it's a little hectic. Not gonna lie. Okay, we're at this aura. What are we gonna do here, gang? What y'all think, team? This looks like it could be a solid bounce. It's about time. We're at that time. I've been waiting. The sell down wasn't necessarily my right time, but we are looking bearish on the day though. I mean, could we make this up? Could we get a V-shaped recovery? I wish I didn't get stopped out earlier. You and me both, bro. You're long 654. Good luck to you, bro. Oh, 564, sorry. Heard Nvidia was selling, and it does appear to be the case. This is a good spot, bounce spot though for Nvidia though. Yeah, still selling. I stopped out at break even. QQQ, nice bounce in the 50 on the 5. This bounce is just for a scalp. It doesn't seem like it now. Seems real selly. But, the news has been kind of fairly bad this morning. No rate cuts for this year, stuff like that is just not good for the market. It's not going to give us anything for upside. Apple selling. Yes, it's pushing further down. Hmm. It hasn't gotten good yet, though. What is NQ doing? No longs. I'm not looking long just yet. I mean, it looks more like continuation to the downside, to be honest with you, friend. So I would definitely hold your horses on longs. Goes the rest of that sell. Yes is what 3 points away from the orb high from yesterday. Coming up right to it. But if you notice, we consolidated for what 10 a.m. to oh my god, like 24 hours we consolidated in this range right here. Look at that. Consolidated in there for 10, 12 hours. So I would assume that we are approaching a support level here. Maybe we'll use the orb high as a support and bounce off that, but no guarantee on that. That's if the bulls can step in and stop these bears. Which, I mean, the bears are not moving us that aggressively down. And more of the same with the bears. Half-hearted attempts for these sells. They're so weak, these bears. I'll tell you what, the bears are killing Weeble. They're raining on my parade on Weeble. I will say that. They're not giving me a good day. Went ahead and hopped out of my XSP put. Probably should have held them. Uh, I've been dealing with stuff this morning, so I haven't even taken a trade this morning. I've been flat, except for this stupid Weeble call that I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding in. I'm just gonna sell this stupid thing over it. The heck with Weeble, they can chew one. I'm done with them. I lost enough money with them today. Whack platform. I don't even use that platform to trade. Let's go somewhere else. Let's go to MSFT. Well, they're mostly filling gaps the last several days. Yeah. Oh man, look at ES selling. Jeez, I wish I was short. Man, wow. That was a good trade, General. That was a darn good trade. I was just too tied up. This morning I couldn't take a trade because I was messing with my internet and trying to get Everything's set up. Still got plenty of time though. 207% up for the day. It's great, man. It's beautiful. Now, can we hold this? Oh, well, congrats, ICT. Congratulations to you. Yes, right in the middle of the orb, sitting at 6,409. And Q's still selling, though. I think we got more selling. I don't think we're done yet. Congrats on calling the short. You said you called the short, so congratulations to you on that. Or I can take it back. Then no congratulations to you. Epic fail? I don't know. Sorry? I don't know. Sorry, not sorry? Still selling. Can we break the orb low from yesterday though? I think we can. I think ES can get to 6,405. Man, what a bleed. I bet you we got what our 1% today. Haven't had a 1% day in a minute. We're still overall green though on the market, which is really funny. Let's see what crude oil is doing. Someone had asked me about that a little while ago. Still selling. I think there's a potential to get 480. That's the close of yesterday. Hmm. Yes, breaking yesterday's orb now. What's testing it? Can we get a candle below it though? Just closed 100 points on NQ. Done. Congrats, Josh. Yeah, haven't made any money today. I've already missed my trades. Holding yesterday's prior low or below on yes. Oh, there we go on the break of the orb. Still selling more now. Wow. Still got a long way to go on ES. ES could still drop another 25 points. Get us down to 6,376.50. Great job, Steve, again for you. That's awesome. You're making so much money. Short's still holding below the orb. Where did my time and place, though? I mean, we're going to bounce. We should bounce here. If we don't bounce here, then It'll get much uglier. Turned red for a second on NASDAQ. We're right at the bounce spot though. Yes, it's still holding that orb below at 6,404.50 for now. Take a look at later, Josh. Have a great day, brother. Good seeing you. Thanks for stopping in. Yes, still holding the yesterday's orb low. Look at that. Look at that bounce. Let's see if we can get a pullback to the 90 EMA. Maybe we can get to the orb high. I don't know. Can we hold this orb though? Not looking too great though, boys. It's trying. Come on. Just a little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a pullback. Let's get to like 413 and then you can do whatever you want. Just take us back to that prior orb high. Just a few points to the upside. There we go. Come on, a little bit more. Nice. Come on. A little bit more. $6.10. Come on, a little bit more. Come on. Just a 413 on yes. Just a few more points. Come on. Do it. Come on. It's almost there. Come on, just get it. Come on, 413. Holding. See. Ah. holding in this range now, right in the middle of yesterday's orb. But we kind of expected that. We consolidated here for 24 hours. So I wouldn't know what you guys would think otherwise would happen in this range. Otherwise, we're probably just going to be stuck here. Move has already basically almost happened again. And we're just going to have to wait until New York lunch to see what they want to do, if they want to continue selling us down. I think we still got downside though. Testing that orb low again. I think we have another leg down. We just don't have much more we can dip, I think. It's at 637 mark. That's what I'm thinking. It's going to be difficult to break this, though. Breaking this is going to be tough. I don't think the Bears have it. The Bears don't have that kind of ammunition. Yeah, it's been evident for weeks, that they just don't have the cojones to send this market like that. Just a few points of scalps. That's the sad part about it. I've been waiting for shorts myself because I want to make money on the short side. Unfortunately, I missed a short this morning, which I'm kind of upset with myself about, but oh well. 5 minute. That's like a tombstone. Overall market starting to sell. Still some green from. It's just Microsoft and Meta that are green, but that's just because of their earnings yesterday. That's the only reason they're green. As a matter of fact, we already know that Microsoft sold like $38 already. Could see that in the S&P, a lot of red, a little bit more red than green. Because of JPOW. It's because of JPOW's comments. People are gnawing over that there may not be a rate cut this year. It's killing all that hopium that we'll have a rate cut. Just check out IQ on Renko's. Renko's looking like it wants to make a pivot as well. I think we will. I think we'll see another upside move. But then again, we could always consolidate in this range for like another like 2 or 3 hours and just cook options contracts. If you're not an options trader, that makes it difficult to wrap your head around. So basically, what the thought is this: there's people that are trading zero DTE contracts today, right? So all those people, what are they doing? They're sitting waiting for price to move for them. So the longer the price doesn't move for them, means that those contracts are worth less and less money. Exactly. Yeah, so they'll hold the price longer to cook those contracts. Grab in contracts on one side or the other. Sunny. 56. Yeah, it's starting to pull back up. Like it hit that 413 that I was calling for. Huh. Held that orb low from yesterday. Easy peasy, right? I took a quick long off of it. Already took my profit. That's all I was holding for 413. I was hoping that I could grab that. Yeah, it's a little trade. Something. It's got the long. Congrats, bro. It was almost too easy. It was almost too easy. I just don't think we're done. I don't think this pullback is gonna hold. I'm hoping for a full reversal, but there's no pattern for me yet, even on the 1 minute. Been all downside. We're at the right time though. Could get a nice V shape right there. If it doesn't sell more, then that's what this was. This whole move was just profit taking, you know, because it was such a controlled sell, just like the buys. It's just people stacking in the buys. It wouldn't be anything different. I think it is too because you're stuck in a rock and a hard place, right? You got the Mag 7 that is, I mean, you got AI and chips, and yeah, the Mag 7, pretty much doing well, but market overall sentiment is, not positive, for investors. So it's kind of like a battle of who's right and who's wrong. That's a nice bounce right there. Kind of glad that I held on to those orbs from yesterday. That worked out kind of nice, right? And keep bouncing quite nicely as well. Yeah, the market has been gapping. It's crazy. It doesn't feel like it though. None of my options. He has pulled back over the 9 EMA. Can we get to the 26 though? I don't even want to see this thing. I don't even gonna bother looking at this ticker. Oh yeah, I'm glad I got out of that. I would have lost more money on Weeble. Whack company. Unopened. What else is there? Is there anything else I can make money on? Yeah, tell me about it, man. I've scaled down so much because of my first few weeks of joining the team. You know, I lost a lot of money when I first started streaming with, so I've actually downsized my positions. Yeah, yeah, it's time to go to OnlyFans. Need that supplemental income. So I've actually sized down. Yeah, I sized down and just trying to get my balance of everything, because I have more. I'm managing more stuff now than I normally used to. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a learning curve, but I think it's getting there. It's getting there. I was actually thinking about buying some open. Get away, scat. I got the dog over here trying to get my breakfast taco. She got on the chair next to me to see what I'm eating. Hey, puppy. Older fans. I know I'm gonna have to put a little tip jar. Oh, what else is going on? There was let's see. Sorry, I'm looking for something. I'm hunting. I'm looking through my screeners because I want to make some money. It's still pushing quite nicely to the upside. That's so funny, Uncle Taddy. I do a lot of other stuff. I do some consulting. I do like technical consulting for a company, help them with project management and stuff like in the IT sector. I got my eBay store, and I do a bunch of gambling streams. Let's also do that. It's all kinds of stuff. Knickknacks, Cat 5 cable, routers, switches, bunch of 3D printed items, hype gear, sneakers, shirts, hats, stuff like that. But it has to be something that's has a pretty decent following. I'm pretty selective on the hype gear I buy. You know, Kith, Supreme, Patagonia, stuff like that. Antisocial Club, sneakers. I'm a real big sneakerhead, so I usually am scalping sneakers all the time. Not as much as I used to. I've actually calmed down a whole lot. I used to have like sneakers showing up like 2, 3 times a week. I have like just boxes of sneakers showing up at my house. Oh, it's that fig. It's fig. That's what it was. I wonder if that even opened yet. Let's take a look. Fig. There's a new IPO that I'm waiting for. It hasn't started yet. Goes yes, still making that move to the upside. Let's go. I should have went long in my options account, taking a long to 588. Man, I wish I would have stuck with the long. I would have made a metric ton of money. I had three ES cons. I was a little larger size than normal. It's a good trade right there, guys. Off that orb low. I don't get easier than that. Very little pullback with an awesome rip through the upside. Oh, didn't want to do that. Man, Kizzle, you might get your high a day. You might get that intraday. You might get that London high. Let's see. For another leg down. Not just yet. I mean, yeah, it does have it for another leg down, but look at the 15 we just bounced off. It really depends on what we do here at the 200 and the 9, because like the 9 and the 200 are converging right now. You got about 3.5 minutes left. You got, yeah, 3.5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Lowering my take profit. I hear you. Stuff that in profit to 300. I hear you. Of course it goes back up. It always does. Well, look at that move on ES. Yeah, that was beautiful off yesterday's orb. Wow. Testing the 200 on 15. So let's see what happens. And get that rip. It might take profit too. It always does, bro. Just don't think about it. You'll beat yourself up over it. You know? It's just part of the game, you know. Sometimes you'll hit it, sometimes you won't. You know? You got to think about the bigger picture, you know. You want to lose money? No. You want to make money? Yes. You know. It's tough though, you know. Yeah, we're 15 minutes away from New York lunch also. I mean, this is just what we always see every single day, you know. Expansion in the morning, consolidation going into New York lunch. Sometimes we'll get a move in New York lunch, and then we'll kind of make a decision after New York lunch. So see what NQ is doing. Get a pivot here. Let's take a look at Renko's. Yeah, Renko's have already pivoted over ATR, over the bands. Yeah, but unfortunately, we could. This could be the pivot for the next leg down, though. bring it down, and we'll bounce back up, sell us from New York launch, and rip us after New York launch maybe. Nvidia kind of curled into the upside though. Wouldn't mind seeing this come back down to 450, 540, and bounce and make a nice inverted head and shoulder on the 5 minute. Could. I'm gonna grab another coffee. BRB. Have you guys seen copper? Looks like it gave up all the gains from earlier this month. Yeah, we've been talking about copper. I think last 2 days. It's been doing that the last 2 days, bro. I think can grow. Is your ATR for NQ 3260? Just checking to make sure. Mine's on Renkos. Mine's on Renkos. So let's see. So it really matter on what time frame, but it's not gonna line up either because I am on the Renkos and these aren't time-based charts. So these are price-based charts. So it's more relevant to price. So I couldn't tell you if it would be relevant to yours or if it would match up the same. I couldn't answer that question. Coach Matt would probably be the better person to ask about that. I apologize. I just don't know if it would line up though. That I would know. Apple's still selling. Nvidia struggling. NQ looking like it wants to make a little bullish flag. ES did that earlier and it failed it. So I don't have a lot of confidence in this. Market kind of stalling now. About 4 minutes from New York lunch as well, team. We were looking at crude oil earlier. Let's go take a gander at crude. See what it's doing. See how that sell it. Oh, consolidating down here. Got bear flag down here. Wants to take that next leg down. What about gold? Gold looks like it wants to catch a bid. Interesting. I should get rid of this. Nvidia is starting to make a move to the upside. It's like NQ is trying to make that break. Market still just looks weak to me though. I think we get a solid bounce here. I think we already had a nice little bounce. I mean, we caught ourselves a nice, 61 point bounce, you know, right there off the or below on ES for sure. It's a question of if we can keep this level, get over the 200 and the 9 though. Sorry, I meant reversal. It's consolidating in between the 9 and the 20. Ah, cool, 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 cool. Thank you. I'm waiting for this IPO to launch. I got some bids on Fig. It's supposed to launch today here at noon, I think. 2 minutes from New York lunch. There goes NQ. Ticking along up on the 15 to the 200. Good luck to you, sir. Dang. Move my stop to break even. Congrats. The other way. Nice. Good luck to you, bro. I'm not ready for longs though, to be honest with you. I already took my long. I took a ES long, so I'm kind of like, We're about 4 minutes into New York lunch. Market's just kind of consolidating here, though. We're back in that range again. Held yesterday's orb, bounced up, hanging at the 200 now. This guy knows something. Wow. Look at his entry. This guy knows something. He said it was a liquidity pocket there, so he went long. 200 in profit. It's showing signs of resistance. Yeah. Well, we're over the 200 though on the 15, so that's definitely a good thing. You know, get that prior candle close above it. So I think you should see. I think you should see the upside continuation here. At least for now, you probably see retail try to get up to the VWAP. Nvidia testing the EMA. Enki trying to get back into the orb low. Same for ES. ES actually rejected the orb low. Orb low would be at 429. Oh, fig is open. What's that 23? Interesting. Yes, on the 3 is already crossed over VWAP and the 26. The 9 is also crossed over the 26 to the upside. Nice. And Q moving quite nicely. Beautiful bounce right there, team. Hmm, interesting. Five. It's Amazon, dude. 580. Sorry, I'm looking at some options contracts trying to figure out something here. If some volume comes in, I think this could go back up to VWAP. I think so as well. 580 for Monday is 44 cents. Yep, definitely. Cool, cool, cool. No worries, no worries. Yeah, I'm just, trying to make a decision, trying to look at the options chain and seeing where there's value and what I could do. It's a little late in the day for me, though. I don't really like taking trades at this time of day. I may just wait till later in the day. Maybe wait for that, hour or two before power hour. And when we get that pivot, that last pivot of the day. And we also have that IPO that I'm looking at, Fig. I'm waiting for this company. Adobe's supposed to be buying them. So it's supposed to open at $33 a share, but supposedly people are looking at either $60 to $90 a trade. Yeah, tell me about it, man. I'll be honest with you, Fob. It is tough. The morning pivot came came late today too. Yeah, it sure did. Well, not really. Because Gabber, we talked about that yesterday, and I took that trade around the same time. The only problem was I took it on ES. I didn't take it on my options account, so I wasn't able to capitalize on it the way I would have liked to have, because I would have made a ton of money on this move here. Because this would be XSP. If I would have went long right here, I would have gotten. Let's see, is it open yet? Nope. Options, what, 38. Oh, I'd be up pretty good because I would have probably gotten to 38 or so on that bounce. I'd be up good money right now. But yeah, yeah, definitely. I made a few bucks in futures, so I missed many trades according to my trade plan, and I'm still up 1K in gold on the day. Nice, nice. I haven't made that much money. I haven't even cleared a G. I haven't hit my profit target for the day, so no big deal though. Just waiting. Man, that gold short must have paid bank. Gold is still selling. But crude catch that bid? It did catch that bid. Bid back up. Held that support, prior support, almost a relative equal low. Close to it. Gold selling is good though. I think we should see the market continue to move up. Amazon ripping to the upside. NQ kind of stalling out. Tesla bouncing off yesterday's lows. Let's take a look at Tesla. I haven't looked at Tesla today. Oh yeah, look at that. This is a bounce spot for it, actually. Can kind of see what my ES trend line is like. Getting close to VWAP on the 15 though. Take a look at TSL options. See what the chain looks like on that. At least I could buy TSL. It'd be cheaper if I want to try to take a long on it. 11 cents for a call that's 22 cents out the money. Tesla stalling. Getting more of that slow grind to the upside on the market now. Fig is over $100 roughly right now, is what the market is saying. Yes, over the 200 and the 90 MA on the 15, working its way up to VWAP, which is at 435.50 on the 15 minute, about 4 points away from it. Looking bullish though. Nice, nice grind back up to the upside. Those puts are almost back to your entry price, General, if you're still there. General's gone. Just a handful of us now. Yes, grinding upward. Nice push on ES now. Looks like Bulls are back in charge. Ha! Took a quick breakfast break, it looks like, and they're moving the market again. Trying to get ES over VWAP. Needs to get over 435 to get that. And then at 438, you've got the 26. Testing that downward trend line. I hate this slow grind. Just give me a pattern and be done with it. I mean, you got a pattern here now. I say wait until the 26, see if we get a rejection here, take a short. Goes Amazon ripping to the upside. You should get a nice upside push that if Amazon's going to start moving. Take a look at ES. ES pulling back. Couldn't get to VWAP. S&P some red. Still grinding up though. Hey, even Nasdaq. When we start getting a rip from somewhere, and that's it. It's on. I think General is too far out of the money with his calls. I don't know. We'll get that. I don't know. We'll get that far. He's up 6 cents on him. Earthquake and SoCal. SoCal's pretty good. Really? Wow. Hope you guys are safe out there. Y'all be safe. Any friends in California, y'all be safe. Yeah, hopefully lower. Shoot, we had that big one in Russia. What, 8.5? That was nothing though. Everybody said that, we were gonna get some crazy tsunami. Riverside. That's 40 to 60 minutes northeast of me. It's like 2 days of driving away from me. It's like 48 hours away from me. I think might take me. I wonder how long it would take me to get there. Let's see if we can break these candles here. Struggling. SEC is launching a project called Project Crypto. They're going to be modernizing security rules on chain. Interesting. I think it's going to come back down. I'm eyeing that. $25 Sus vide. I think I'm saying that right, Blasky. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. What? Dude, thanks, bro. Oh, and it's a pressure cooker. Oh, now you're making me hungry. You just invoked the fat guy in me. Oh, Blasky's not even here. Pretty interesting. Oh, so you can control it with Wi-Fi, huh? Wow. Oh, but you gotta subscribe. Oh, man. Custom cook programs. Connect to multiple devices. Uh, I'm in. I'm gonna buy that later. I'm too busy right now. I don't have time for that. Yeah, it's pretty small. The last earthquake I felt was in LA. I've never felt an earthquake. But then again, I'm in San Antonio. What earthquake are we gonna get down here? I'm not even close to Tornado Alley. 3.0. Not bad. Not that bad. Man, all kinds of stuff going on in the world today, right? Jeez. I'm glad you guys are all right though, nonetheless. Man, what are we doing here? Where's crude? Oh, look at that rip on crude. Black gold. Thank you. Yeah, I noticed that gold is starting to bounce. Crude is starting to catch a bid. Yeah, struggling here. Can't get over view up. 22 minutes away from the end of New York lunch. NQ is rejecting. Looking for a short down to 543. Although could go lower considering how it's behaving. Yeah, we've been in a bearish trend through the day. Bulls have tried to take control of it. That's why I mentioned earlier. I was like, I'd like to see that bounce, and then we get the pullback, get into the pullback, bring us in to the orb high, maybe right around power hour, and then we'll get that rip in the last, 45, 30 minutes. Maybe get us back up to 6,445 by end of day. We're still green across the board though. Very cool. There it goes. It's holding it. Oh, my stream just stopped. What happened? This guy's talking no more. Won't be green anymore if we break down below 42. That's no bueno. Who's in my driveway? Nobody's in my driveway. But, if you really kind of think about it and you look at ES, we're making a V-shaped recovery right now. There you go, Fop. You're looking for a pattern. There's your V-shaped recovery pattern. We're close. We got that many more points to go. Could get it. It's looking like it. You look at it on the 3 minute. You look at it on the 3 minute, and it is real like looks real clear, real clean. See, that's one reason why I use the 3 minutes so much. So I always like if you guys ever see me looking at that three, it's because of how clean I can see the with the 9 and the 26 EMA's crossover right here. You get the push up, pull back into the 9, you get the continuation. That's one specific reason why I always look at the 3 minute. And there you go. Again, that rip to the upside. General's contracts might actually go in the money. What do you know? Surprise! Oh wow, he's still about $1.75 out the money. Oh no. Mm, I don't know. Yes, trying to push the 26. Opened above it on the 9. Can it get above VWAP though? Is the question. Pushing that trend line, that downward trend line, trying to see if we can get back up. Slow grinds up make me nervous. Man, slow grinds test my patience. I think that's the best thing I could say. Slow grinds test my patience. But the move up won't be fast. It'll be a slow grind. But we moved up fairly good in like 45 minutes off the or below. I mean, we made up some pretty good points if you ask me. We're up 30 points from that low. That orb low on the 15 from yesterday. That's solid trade. Although I'm eyeing to short this possibly. It looks like a good spot to short. And we get the rejection, we can roll back down to we could get a pull back to 424 possibly. Get a little selling. Buyers lose confidence. Got 20 seconds left on this 15-minute candle. Hmm. Can we take a look at NQ? Sure thing. Sorry, I looking at some other charts. There you go. Rejected the orb low. Let's switch charts on this other one. I'll move this one to ES over here. I'd mentioned that taking the short. It's like, I don't know, it just feels like we're at the top of that. We're at the top of that trend, pulling back now. Let's go back to ES and see if it's gonna tap for 424 and a quarter. Let's see if it gets that. There's that sell. There it goes. All right, let's go back to NQ. This is why it's slow grind. That's why you got to trail your stops, bro. That's why you got to trail your stops. Yeah, especially if you're in a downtrend. We've been in a downtrend since open. So it's super important that you trail your stops because you're fighting the downtrend. So then you need to make an educated decision. You got to pick which side of the trade you got to decide how risk adverse you want to be. Because you can go through your trade journal and you can kind of see what your profit and loss is when you get stopped out and stuff like that. So you got to decide whether you want to be more risk on and risk it for the biscuit, or do you want to be on the safer side and just keep slow grinding. I know the slow grind is unbearable. Nobody wants to. None of us want the slow grind. None of us do. Not even I. I don't want the slow grind. I want to make tons of money right now. You know. Don't get me wrong, but the bad thing about it is we just don't see those moves all the time. So I gotta kind of take what I get. And that's really what it boils down to. And that's a frustrating part. Because you know what you see. You know what the capabilities of the orderings are that you could make a certain amount of money, but it doesn't do it, right? But this isn't like a broken down car on the side of the road that you can get off, get behind it and push it down into a parking space. We don't have that capability. So you got to just understand that and just realize that you're only being given these small scalps and you have to take them because most of the time that's what it is. It's a small scalp. You go into you could see that on the smaller time frames. You could see that really on the small time frames. You get into these short time frames. That's why I like looking at like the 30 and 30-second time frame is because you could see that you get the rip, you get the break below, hold the 200, then we're gonna get a move back up, and you're just constantly oscillating within a candle. You know, I mean, look at what we were talking about on ES yesterday, right? I think we did. I mean, you look at this range right here, and you could see how bad it is. And you go to the higher time frames, and you could just see, that you're just stuck in this range. So I think the sooner you can kind of just understand that and let it be, and just realize that it is part of the cycle of participating in the market, you might you might be better off. I've worked very hard on getting over that. You know, because I don't want to feel like that. Because I used to get those same emotions as well. I was like, man, I just got stopped out for $25. Dang. But if I do that 4 times, that's $100. You know what I'm saying? That's $100. And if I land maybe one or two of those trades actually gets to where I need it to, I'll hit my profit target because my profit target is only $200. Anything above that is gravy. It's the bonus. It means that my analysis was spot on and I got to write a trade that I was looking for. And yeah, it does add up. That's why most traders will always talk about base hits because base hits are what build your portfolio. Because If you get this massive win, then what? You're going to cash it out and then it's gone. But the smaller wins allow you to build your portfolio and grow it. Because when you get a big win, you pull that money out. The smaller ones, you stack them to grow the port, right? So in a long-term perspective, what's better? The smaller gains, because the big gains are going to be far and few between. The small gains are what pay the bills and keep the lights on. Think of it like a retail store. You know, you go to Best Buy, you go to a store like that, and what do you see everybody buying? Is everybody buying these the top of the line TV? They're not. They're not. They're buying the knickknacks. They're buying phone cases. They're buying all the cheap accessories. They're buying all the cheap mugrero, all that junk that's that's $50, $20. They're buying that stuff in droves. But that's ultimately what makes that company money. Their highest margin comes off of their their those low end items. The TVs, all that, the electronics, they have this very slim margin. I'm not sure if you guys know that. And the same thing I kind of feel goes into the market. Yeah, you're going to make a big gain on this big move, but the smaller moves are the ones that pay the bills. They keep the lights on, they keep the wheels turning. But don't let it get to you because it happens to us all. We all get stopped out. I've heard Coach Mack get stopped out. I got stopped out this morning. I got stopped out a handful of times yesterday. But I'd rather get stopped out and profit than a loss because a loss means I have to make it up. But keep it up, man. You're doing great. You're here every day. The trick is not to give up, and you got to always create opportunities for yourself. The market is like that. The market is constantly presenting opportunities, but you have to figure out if you can capitalize on it for yourself. So, don't get impatient because, being impatient sometimes can lead to making bad trades. You know, you oversize, over leverage, and you blow accounts because you start losing patience. I'm super patient. I got time. I'm in no rush. Market will be here tomorrow, the next day, and so on and so forth. I feel you on that, man. That's a tough one. Sitting there and grinding through evals and not getting a payout. That's a tough pill to swallow. And it makes it difficult for you to be positive, have a positive outlook and continue on. But the best thing I can say is that, you know, if you went to college, you realize what a college education can cost you. You could spend a lot of money on that. And basically that's what you're doing while you're learning initially in the market. It's the cost of education. The way I look at the props is it's the cheapest community college education you can get. If you want to do the Ivy League school method, then what is that? You use your own real money, you put it in your own self-funded account, and you go at it that way. But the problem is not all of us have the money to be able to keep doing that until we figure it out. So you got to look at what's the alternative means, and that's what this is. You gotta be depressed. You gotta be upset. You gotta be sad. You gotta cry, and you gotta hate yourself for what you did because it is the only way you will learn. It is the process that will allow you to evaluate what you're doing, reflect on what you've done, and allow you to grow from that point to where you can let go of the things you've done because at some point you will realize I can't do that because every time I do this, I lose money and I can't keep doing that. It's either going to be it's one of three things. You're either going to stop it because you realize it and you understand it. Two, you're just going to give up. You're just going to give up. Or three, you're just always going to do it and that's just part of who you are. It's one of those three things. But I think the first one is the one that most of us are here for, to learn how to deal with it and cope with it. But if you need anything, Faf, I'm here for you, bro. Don't feel depressed. I myself have gone through my fair share of depression, so you know I do need personally a support system for myself because I do suffer from a little bit of depression. So it's important for me to have my friends and my family around to support me because I need them. I need them more than anything else because they're the ones that help motivate me and help me change my mindset to where when things go wrong and stuff like that, I don't feel like the world is coming down on me. Because sometimes I can take things more to heart than normal just because of just the way I am. But my DMs are open as well as any of you guys. Any of you guys, run into an issue that you're feeling a little bit of down, feeling a little bit depressed. Send me a DM. I'm here for you all. I'll do anything I can to help you all. Okay, Nasdaq is stalled out, back under the 200 on the 18. What about 15? 15 as well. Looking like we're seeing more downside again. 2 minutes till the top of the hour. Puts us 3 hours from power hour. Or 2 hours, sorry. Can we hold this level? Kind of consolidated here. On the 5, we're under the EMAs now completely. Let's take a look at ES real quick. Mm. ES looks like it wants to push up. NQ not doing the same though. Kind of leading the downside move right now, pushing 567.50. NQ chilling on the 26. 26 has already rolled over the 9, so indicating that we might see some downside. It depends. They could sell us down. I mean, yeah, you're right though. I mean, around this time of day, we get more consolidation. It isn't until the next hour that we see the real move happen. Usually, this is like kind of like processing what has happened during New York lunch and the morning session. That's one reason why I usually take my lunch now. And we're at the top of the hour, team. Yeah, this is usually the time I like to take my lunch. I usually don't see much happen. And keep looking like it wants to break. Same for ES. ES on the 3 is ES testing now that downside. Pushing 427.75. And Q looks like it could go to 520. Yeah, we had talked about that. The guy even mentioned ES getting down to what, 426? About 2 points away from it. It goes NQ now. That was a good short spot on ES. I mentioned it when we were testing that trend line. Like right here when MJ was asking me to look at NQ. That was a good short spot. You'd be up a few points if you took it. There you go. Sell's kicking in now, a little bit more aggressive on NQ. There you go. 552 and a quarter. It goes ES now. ES is going now. Getting a good push now. ES just broke 423.50. NQ at 541 and a quarter. Might come down to lower day if the momentum keeps up. It could. Struggling though. I go for yes. Got a minute left on this 5 minute candle on NQ. There's that push now. ES broke 423, 422.75 now. And we'll see a pretty aggressive sell down. We'd love for a low of the day. Same here. Open to buy. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that low of the day tap. We're not doing it though. We're not getting it. Bulls trying to step back in and take it back up. You don't think it'll go that low? I don't know either. Or does that push down? Get that low? Lovitz is going to take the stage here shortly. As I just heard. Oh, it's the press secretary, Levite, whatever her name is. Sorry. Sorry. I misheard that. Is this on time or am I behind? Let's see. NQ holding. Almost creating kind of a shelf here at 555. I like it. It's actually where I was hoping NQ would drop down to for an inverse head and shoulder, but I'm not sure that's going to hold. Looks like it wants to continue down. I got a trend line here to the downside. Oh, we're breaking it. I mean, it's not even really a trend line. Well, I guess you could on a lower time frame. I guess you could call it that. That's a real low time frame, though. I almost can't even use this, to be honest with you. See how that looks here. Oh, it's all under it. Yeah, I don't think so. So yesterday I passed 150K to go to Blue Live. In my excitement, I hit drawdown on 4 other accounts. Today I traded the 5 accounts to 850. Yeah, sometimes it's like that, well, at least you made up some of the points. At least you made up some of that money today. You know. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, a couple of days ago, I took a nasty hit. I lost what? Oh, how much did I lose? Let me see. The other day, I was down to $1,183, like Monday. So, um, I'm 418 down from that right now. So I'm close to making it up. It just happens though. You take the red with the good, and you know, just keep grinding. It happens. Can you change it so we can send messages? Yeah, I don't like copying. I don't like. I personally don't like doing copy trading. I rather trade my accounts independent. I think we're gonna still see downside though. I don't think it's time for upside yet. I'm just eyeing General's puts. She's got those 638s actually increased in value. They're up at 63 cents now. I'm looking at them right now. They're about $1 out the money. They look good. They look tasty, but I don't like trading this time of day. Interesting. I'm hearing like chatter about OpenAI and Microsoft talking about AGI and the relationship they have, and how once OpenAI attains AGI, that Microsoft is entitled to a larger stake in them. So that's like a milestone that if they hit AGI, they have to give a reward to Microsoft. I guess basically for the money they're funding them. Saying that it's in Sam Altman's best interest to delay AGI. A slow grind to the downside, it looks like on ES and NQ. Can we get that prior low? Pretty close on NQ. ES is a lot further away. All right, team, I'm back. How do I determine where to put my stops? I use prior candles, so I'll go up to a higher time frame, like the 15, and I'll look and see where the pullback could happen. Because you have see that's the thing about the stop. It needs to give you room to have in the trade, otherwise you're gonna always get stopped out real fast, you know. So I usually use the 15 to give it to me, and then I just kind of like I'll start trailing it as we move down and get the continuation. I'd have just got my take profit now, just now if I didn't move my stop to break even. Uh, I don't move my stops to break even. Paf. I never move my stops to break even. My stops are always in the money. Like the market has to move in I have to be in the money and far enough in to where I move my stop. Because at the very least, I want to cover my trade cost and make a few dollars out of it. You know, if I'm taking ES or something, I want to make at least $25. Keyword, $25. You know, because four trades at $25 is $100. That means I've made $100 for the day, it, at least. So you know, that's the way I think of it. You know, because at the end of the day, I gotta at least pay for my day of sitting here on the charts. You know, I have to make some kind of money. Volume coming in on this bounce on NQ. Maybe. It doesn't look like it though. The volume seems kind of low for upside. We're close to the prior day low on ES. Sitting at 418.50 on ES. Semis pulling back, tech pulling back. Yeah, sure. Fig hasn't opened yet. There's that push down. Yeah, General's contract just moved back up to 89 cents from like 50 cents or so, 56 cents. So, oh man, 88 now. Someone is buying at this point at least. Looks like it. Yes, pushing now. There's the rest of that downside move. There's NQ going now for it. I don't know if anybody's buying this, bro. Sees more downside. Yeah, retail is getting smoked. Yeah. Oh, cool. That's cool. I could do a deposit. OGP. Man, I think I'm gonna have to get some tickets for F1 coming up. Oops. Really need to learn to leave my trades alone. My first short was back up just below 600, moved my stop, and got taken out. Got in again at around 572 and got stopped out. Hey Pete, you want to go? You're more than welcome, bro. I've been going to Circuit of America since they opened, so I've been watching F1 there since the inaugural event. So my sons, I've been taking them since they were. Oh, dude, I am itching to go to Vegas. I want to go to Vegas. I haven't been to Vegas in a minute, so yeah, we're gonna have to do a meetup. We're at days low on NQ and ES now. Oh, that's beautiful, RQ. It's a great trade right there. Congrats. Close to it. I know, man. Do we break lower? Could, or we could make a big W right here. Could make a big W right here and bounce. The other thing is that we still got more room to go. We got another 40 points we can go, and that'll put us at the bottom of the trend line on NQ. See? Get this, and then maybe get that bounce and get back into that orb. I don't know though. I mean, right now it looks selly right now. The 200 EMA is at 444 right now. Ah, see, that's pretty funny that you brought that up, Faf. Faf, because look at where the 200 is relative to my uptrend line that I had drawn out. I drew that like weeks ago. I had it back here and I pulled it up because we respected it. It's just funny how that's just a trend, channel that I drew and it lines up with the 200. It's pretty interesting on the hourly. Still pushing down. I find a lot of EMAs line up at times. Yeah. That's why I use the EMAs because the EMAs are so easy to use. You know, when I used to use a lot of different stuff. I used to use harmonic patterns and all this other just crazy strats. And after I started like doing this a while, I started realizing that the EMAs were easier to use and didn't have as much, you know, I didn't have to pay for them for one. That was super important. I want to be paying for indicators, so that was a big plus. And two, I could apply them to any chart. And that was the challenge I started having is that as I started using different brokers and all that stuff, I was like trying to figure out, oh, okay, well, I'm on Rhythmic now, so now I don't have EMAs on Rhythmic, or I'm on Trade of Eight's platform, and I don't have the same tools I have on TradingView or whatever, So it just started getting into one of those things that I needed to use something that was more universal that could add anywhere. Man, those puts just flew up to $2. Dang, those 638s are. Oh my God, this hit $4. Oh my God, for like a split second they were $4. This is gonna sell. We're gonna have a nasty flush, I think. Yes, already broke a prior orb low, sitting at 6,398.50. There's that next sell down. ES is going to 63.63. Very well could. Oh, this is gross. Even broke lower on NQ here on the Rinkos. Jeez. Could drop another 40 points roughly. We get that low. Let's see if we hit that. 400. That would make sense. Is that 400 bounce? Thinking you could see it. Yes, it's sitting at 6,400. Actually, that could be a bounce spot on yes. Probably in for a decent downtrend at this rate. What's a push down? Can we hold the cycle level on ES? ES broke below. Oh, it's selling. It's going now. It's going for it. Should go up on earnings, maybe. Man, who took that short that I called on ES? If you're still in that short, you'd be hella green right now. That was a beautiful rejection off of EWAP on ES, wasn't it? Let's see. Let's go back over to ES real quick for a second. Look at that. You know, the 9 rejected the VWAP, rejected the 200, and then just sold back down. Broke below the prior day orbs. Coach Matt would be sad. Need a bounce. I mean, ES could sell further. It could push down to 6,378.75. That'd be your next push. That's your next leg down, right? Well, probably like six. It was right here at 638. Yeah, so 6,388. I would probably look for it to tap that first. Wonder how bad Weeble's doing. I bet you they're way down now. We're still in the same range. Oh man, I hate that thing. I'll never trade that again. What's Hood doing? What's Tesla doing? Probably selling. Yep, Tesla selling. A, B, C, D, right? Adobe selling as well. I'm looking at this because it's that FIG IPO, but they're saying that everybody that's on that, they're selling into the open. So when they open that thing, it's gonna just take a nosedive. I was actually trying to see if I could get a share or get a few shares at once it opened, but I don't think so. Yeah, it's catching a bid here at the bottom. You can see it on the 3. Bulls are trying to step in to hold this sucker. Bearish though. Bearish, bearish, bearish. Man, those 638s are 245 now. They were 56 cents, $56, and now they're up to $262. Talk about missing the trade. See, that's why I say, you guys are talking about, missing trades, things like that. You know, that's like I said, the dilemma and the same situation I sit through here every single day. And maybe even a little bit more because I'm looking at so many different, tickers. So I'm not just looking at futures trades. I'm looking at options. I'm looking at futures as well. I'm looking at crypto. So, some cases I miss a lot of trades. I see some stuff and I'll be like, "Ooh, this looks great," and then I miss it. Yes, again, trying to build a shelf to get back up. Trying to get back into yesterday's orb. I'm just gonna leave that mark because it seems relevant here. It is a range too on ES. I think at the very least we need to get in this. So I think by close of day we have to be in at least this range. If we don't, I would imagine that we would start seeing more bearish days coming along. What is that? Goes ES bouncing. Gold is setting up a new trade right now, and CL. Let's take a gander. Crude selling rejected to 200. It looks like the bulls want to step in for gold, but they're struggling. Crude's trying to catch a bid. Yeah, the thing about crude is we got numbers tomorrow, so we got a lot of news happening tomorrow. You got earnings for what, Exxon, Chevron. So you got that going on tomorrow. Taking along on ES 4505. Stop limit low day. Good luck to you, my friend. Good luck to you, Pete. ES is creeping back into yesterday's orb, sitting at 404.50. That's beautiful. Look at that NQ. Look at that. It just bounced right off the channel. It's like magic. Took a long at 444, looking for 493. Good luck to you, sir. Good luck to you. I think you get it. Out 250 profit. Dinner done. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Congrats, Pete. Steak, but I'm vegetarian. Oh man, you're vegetarian? Wow. I'm not vegetarian yet. I can still eat red meat, so I'm lucky. Like I tell my wife, I'm waiting until the doctor tells me you gotta eat chicken, sir. You get no more red meat. So until he tells me that, it's on like Donkey Kong. There's not a piece of meat I'm gonna gnaw into at this point. I'm taking advantage of it. Well, I'm Mexican, so there's a chance I could get diabetes. So I figure at some point the doctor's gonna tell me, hey, Hey Riz, no more red meat, all that stuff. No more pork, It's gonna hurt. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go crazy not being able to eat beef, you know? If that were to like be said to me and they're like, hey, you can't eat no more red meat, I'd be like, man, I don't know what I'm gonna do because I love me some red meat. Like burgers, like who wants to eat? I mean, a turkey burger's not bad, but I mean, I don't want to eat a turkey and chicken burgers all the time. I love a hamburger. Mm, little hangover burger, the sunny side up egg, some bacon. Ooh, Australian beef is awesome. Is it? Bison burger. That's a good point. I could do bison meat, right? That would probably be the alternative. That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. I'll tell you what, an over easy egg and a bacon cheeseburger is a cheat code. That's the cheat code right there. I think I'm getting fat just thinking about it. No, I've been good. I only had two tacos this morning. Yesterday I ate once. I'm on a diet again. I'm trying to lose a little bit of weight. I gotta lose like 20 pounds. I threw on like 25, 30 pounds in the last year. I don't know how I did that. Well, I know how I did that. Since my wife has been home, working from home the past year, I have someone to make me lunch and stuff now and tell me, hey, you need to eat something. So rather than me sweltering here at the charts and just sweating it out all day, now I'm like munching and nibbling since she's home. Steak rolls? That sounds like a Philly cheesesteak to me, broski. Because I love me some Philly cheesesteaks. Man, why are we talking about food? How did we get wrapped into food? Oh, this is all Pete's fault. Pete, you're making us all hungry here. It just went downhill now. You know what? If Philly cheesesteak is shaved beef, then so be it, man. I'll take it. It's delicious. You're welcome. It's got the group engaged. Yeah, you did get the group engaged. You turned it up a notch. See, we talk about money and just a handful of us talk, but we start talking about food, everybody pops in. Heck, Blasky just sent me a link to some this cooker I'm after. So that just tells you, man, sheesh, like I needed food is a universal conversation topic. This is true. This is true. Market getting kind of slow here now, slowing down. Look at that. Yep, people probably do like talking about food. ES's volume is dried up. NQ kind of slow too. About 3,000 orders on the chain right now on NQ. About 360 on ES. It's crazy. You've known a few people that dislike eating? Really? Wow, that's interesting. I, I'm personally not a big fan of sleeping. I don't like to sleep. But eating, forget it. They consider it a chore. a chore or something. Wow. That's an interesting that's an interesting outlook on eating. It's a chore. Hmm. Wow. I wonder what got him to think something to be like that, you know? Because eating is usually, you know, there's a chunk of eating that revolves around like things. You eat with your family, your kids, your spouse, a significant other, things like that. You kind of chat. It's kind of a time that you can unwind. Not necessarily talk about business or work and stuff. People breaking bread, chatting and stuff. That's interesting. Mm. Market just kind of stalled out here. Looks like they don't know what to do now. They don't know whether to send it, pull it back, what. Yeah, it probably is that. Maybe just different growing up, single family, and develop that bond, or I don't know, or like you said, maybe they just haven't eaten anything good. Got my profit target for once. It's not for once, bro. It's just all a matter of your patience. Mm, wow, there's a huge gap on ARM. I was more impatient than I should have been. It happens. Project X is down? I don't think so. Did we just get a pop on yes? Oh, yeah, I was looking at ARM, looking at the gap. I was hearing some chatter about it. Just, they're usually come back after like a day or two. So I'm just hearing that chatter right now. NQ push? Yes, it's pushing. What is that Q doing? NQ's probably getting pampy too. Yeah, look at that. Yup, I see that. That's why I lowered my take profit. Wish I flipped it and went short potential for this to continue downside. Yeah, we're rejecting the orb on NQ. On yes. Yesterday's orb, that is. Rejecting 405, I should say. I don't think it's time for the bounce yet. I don't think we're going to see the bounce for another hour. That's that's what I'm gonna wait for. I'm gonna wait for another hour, and I think I'll look for taking a trade at that time. But so far, it just seems more to the downside. Just small pullbacks, more volume on the last 15-minute candle that was green. We might double bottom here. Enki's struggling, trying to push lower. Just broke 450 now. ES pushing 6,400 again. Right? How many times I say that in a day, bro? Like, oh man, I should have done this. I should have done that. Like, oh, why? What does that break down? No, we're really selling. Oh, there's that break. Ugh. The 638s are back up to 291. I saw him flash $4 earlier. I'm really sad I missed that. Faf, you don't know how sad I am, bro. I could have taken shorts. I could have made a metric ton of money today. I haven't had a 1% day. Like the market hasn't had a 1% day move in a minute, and now we're here looking at it, and yeah, we're sidelined on this. So yeah, yeah. Tell me about it, man. Yep. Look at that. Gone short at the open. I could have just been chilling all day long. So yeah, I feel you on that. We're at that prior breakout range on NQ though. NQ's got to hold this though. It doesn't hold this, and it gets real ugly. Wait, it's NQ we gotta be looking at, right? Yep. Oh, broke below the trend line again. I mean, 1.4K is pretty darn good. You know, some people it takes them 2 weeks to make that kind of money, and you did it in an afternoon. So, it's the fact that we may not have two rate cuts. You know, all the news that we got from Powell wasn't bullish. You know, I mean, he basically broke down why they are not doing rate cuts. You know, he basically gave the president all the answers to why there's no rate cut. And if he can't understand that, or if the people in his sphere can't understand that, there's nothing he can do about it. He's not going to cut rates. He's going to keep on. There's only two people that broke off. So I think that in itself, the market is now seeing that, well, we may not get that. So we might be pricing that in. Although we've got earnings tonight, it's another day of one of those, saw the market push us down so that we can have room to rip to the upside. I mean, think about it. You got Amazon going on tonight. Who else was it? Let's see. Let me scroll up. Earnings is here somewhere. Way up at the top. There it is. So you got Amazon, Apple, Coinbase, and Reddit and Cloudflare. So you got some fairly decent, names popping earnings tonight. Tomorrow morning you got Exxon and Chevron. So a little bit of rotation on that. Now, here's the other thing is you have to realize is that Meta and Apple had a crazy push in the overnight session, yesterday and the overnight. So we're seeing a bunch of selling happening on that side. Let's look at Microsoft. Institutions, they can only be at like 5%. So at 5%, they have to start selling to get under that. So if they were holding Microsoft, they were going to have to sell to bring themselves more in line. Meta is holding. You also have Nvidia that's sold. It's given up most of the overnight moves to the upside. So you got a lot of negative news that's kind of affecting the market. Now, the other side to this is think about it. We have been ripping for days, weeks. I mean, look at the daily chart here on NQ. I mean, we've had upside moves since April 24th, ripping for decades. We've been ripping for days, weeks, So, I mean, think about it. April 23rd, we've been ripping. So, wouldn't you think that after all these moves to the upside, you are going to see the sellers are going to, the bears are there. The bears are there. I may talk smack about the Bears, but the reality is they just haven't shown up. And when these guys show up, they're gonna show up. They're gonna let us know that, yeah, they might have been hibernating, but they're here. So that's just the way you just gotta kind of be prepared for it. After such an aggressive move, if you heard me through the day, I haven't really been talking about a lot of longs, and yet again, here we go. I've spotted some longs in areas, but overall, nothing really big. Mainly short-sided plays. As a matter of fact, I was looking for shorts. I was scoping 638 XSP puts. They're at 315 now. So I hope that answers your question. All my longs are scalps too. Yeah, I just. Oh man, there's Fig. Already is halted. Fig just launched, and it's halted. Yeah, it's just an IPO. It's a Adobe IPO. Yes, it's dipping. It's continuing to sell. That sell is. Oof. They wanted to acquire them, but it was blocked. Oh no, not a. Oh, okay, all right. Gold. Okay. We mentioned that earlier. I was thinking about that as well myself. I was like, with the market dumping, that might just mean that gold might start to rip. Either gold or crude oil. Crude oil ain't doing anything though. What about silver? Silver's just chilling at the base. All right, let's go back to NQ. Watch this. Well underneath now. ES at 6,387. Catching a bid. A lot of volume coming in on ES right now. But look at NQ, relative equal low right there. Could we bounce here and get back up? Funny thing is the options chain calls are more expensive right now than puts. Oh, we got to hold this on NQ. We don't hold it in. It's hosed. Yes, it's holding. NQ is at like this point that it's got to hold this. Loses this, you're gonna end up seeing 23,300 on it. Could get another 100-point drop on NQ. NQ seems to be taking another long up to the 5 minute 9 EMA again. Oh no, NQ is trying to hold the daily 9. That's that's an ugly out. That's an ugly daily. All right, let's see. Let's watch Fig. I want to see this. Oh man, there's 100 on that IPO. If you would have been able to buy this IPO, you could have gotten it for $33 a share. I was trying to acquire shares, but I couldn't acquire them. I want to try it now. Oh my goodness, look at that. Wow. Oh, rejection. 107. That's crazy. Yes, it's holding. Oh, switch times. Stopped out. Not worth it. Yeah, ES has more to go. It could actually dip down more. Held to 638. 6,382.75 is a bounce spot for ES right now. Can we get back up to the London low? And of course, it's going back up. Yeah. And Q struggling. Apple's still selling. ES is breaking now. 6,380, 150. NQ proceeding to push lower. Oof. Oof. Man, I bet you General's mad. His contracts are like 356 right now. Man, $4. They just hit $4 again. I told you I saw those things flash to 4 earlier. Poor General. Well, what am I saying? Poor General. He made money on this trade. This might just break a low of yesterday. I think it is. NQ is. NQ is breaking yesterday's low. Yes, it looks like it wants to go for it. Looks like it's following ES, or it's following NQ right now. It's like NQ is leading the charge. Sellers, Apple, Tesla. I mean, let me ask you this, Nacho. Let me ask you this, Nacho. Let me take a screenshot of this and I'll drop it in chat for you. So that would be my question for you, Nacho. So when you're looking at stuff like this and you're trying to wonder and you're trying to figure it out, you got to look at the heat map because the heat map is going to give you the map. It's going to give you the guide. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, if you guys are at work and stuff like that, that's where it becomes difficult because you know what? How do you capture all this data and get all this information so you can make trades? That's what I think for me would be difficult in y'all situations. To be able to know what the overall market is doing and what those underlying assets that are part of ES and Nasdaq are. To pump Meta, is Meta still pumping? Oh man, look at Fig go, pushing 112. All right, let's go to Meta. I'm over it. That was a cool little observation. We got to see that. Meta's just consolidating. Amazon. It might very well be 2 hours, possibly. I'm gonna drop this here again. So we should be looking. Amazon and Apple are the ones that are gonna really be it. But with Apple selling, it just feels like Apple's time is done. Like Coach Matt. What Coach Matt says that really resonates with me because it makes a whole lot of sense. Like, what is Apple doing? Like Microsoft, right? Microsoft started with operating systems, right? And that worked out well for them to start off their company. And then as time progressed, they branched off. They opened up cloud services. Yeah, exactly. The cell phone market is a very niche market. And I think that's the part that not a lot of people really understand is how much of a niche market it is. That people, whatever their latest and greatest is, they're going to bounce to that. They don't have, it's not like a car brand. Like you find someone that they're all about their Chevys and all they want to drive is Chevys, or someone that's all about their Fords. So they're going to drive is Fords. You don't have as many people that are married to the brand like you do in other industries, I feel. So, the people that are buying phones, they're buying them on the whim that's what's the latest and greatest tech they're getting out of it. And I think as other platforms evolve and get better, that's gonna that's just gonna tear Apple up. What are they gonna do to differentiate themselves? You know, they're still dead set that a traditional cell phone is what's gonna always be needed. But look at all these other companies. You've got Meta, you've got Microsoft, you got all these other companies that are looking at what is going to replace the cell phone. Because technically, the cell phone replaced a bunch of things that we had in our regular life, right? The beeper, a phone, a notepad, a computer. It's replaced all these other things, but what is going to replace it? Because something has to replace it. You've got augmented reality coming. Yeah, GPS, calculator. I mean, look, cell phones killed the GPS market. People used to buy GPSs so they would know where they're going and navigating and stuff. A whole market got deleted because of cell phones. Literally, a segment of the market just got engulfed by another market. You know, the people that were making GPS units, they were bag holding. Or yeah, I mean, you could even maybe even say that to an extent about the calculator. You know, oh, we already got the indentured servant robots. I don't know about the dolls though. Don't know about the robots like that. I can't wait for that. My wife would probably leave me. Yeah, I think there are some dolls like that already. I think I saw that on Gizmodo or something. Seems to be holding yesterday's lows for now. We're about the time I like to take a trade, though. Can we get a bounce here, though? Or are we going to sell some more? How red are we for the day? 0.2%. So ES is sitting at 6,378.75. It is down 0.27%. You got NQ sitting at 23,361, down 0.51%. Bitcoin at 117,495.30. Sorry, down 0.23% for the day. Gold at 3,347.40, down 0.14%. Crude oil at 69.05, down 1.34%. So fairly bad. Look at the Dow. Dow's still selling. What is the Russell doing? Ugh. Yeah, it's just, yeah, we're just selling. No bounce, just more down. Yeah, I think you're right on that tip. I have not looked at longs all day. I've just I took two scalps on longs and that was it. And I feel like I just missed everything, so I'm just on hands right now, man. I'm just on hands. As much as I wish I could take a trade, I'm already practically just done for the day. NQ confirmed below yesterday's lows. Yep. Yep, just broke yesterday's lows. Take a look at ES. ES is darn close. That would have been a good trade if you all would have followed ES to NQ's lead. Could have made a few points on that. But it definitely does look like NQ is taking the lead here today. Selling, selling, selling. Take a look at NQ. Yeah, it's been a while. Man, look at that. The 4 hour looks gross. 4 hour looks like it wants to go for the 200. Of all the days that we get a major failed breakout, yeah, yeah, we failed to hold the upward channel on NQ that I had drawn, broke below it, broke yesterday's lows, and we're still selling. Man, General's 368, 638 puts. I'm sorry, they're at 446. They were just $5 a few ago. He had, I don't even know how many of them he had. Wait, let's see. How many did General have on those? He had three. He got a little win. He could have made a lot more money though. He'd be up $1,500 if he held those three puts. If you would have asked me, I would have told him to hold them. I would have told him to definitely hold them. They never even hit his entry. I think the closest they got was like 58 cents after he had sold them. You don't even want to know. You don't even want to know. NQ bouncing, yes it is. It's trying to. Hey, there you go. 200% profit. Psh, I'm here for it, bro. Nice, RQ. Nailed it again, bro. Dang, that's a solid entry, bro. Scary part is on the 3 minute, this could reject the 9. We've rejected the 9 here and rejected here. Get that push to the upside, maybe. Solid play, RQ. Solid play. Congrats. Need a pullback, counter, trend trade. It's holding right now. Holding real nice on NQ. Back up above the 9. Yeah, I was actually trying to pick up XSP 635 calls. They got down to like $1.20, I think. But yeah, I couldn't get filled. Dude, there was 75 cents earlier. Wow. All right, congrats on that. That's a solid trade right there, my friend. Nicely done. Yeah, he might be short from the top. Who knows? He's been muted out all day again, so just dropping in his map and stuff. It looks like the Rankos are to the upside now on his chart, though, from what I can tell. But it's just all I can see is just a screenshot of it. I can't see the whole thing. Otherwise, I'd drop out of here. Yep. Yep. Nah, we could just get some financial advice from him. We'd be solid. Call it a full port long. Maybe. Getting back into that trend. Look at that. NQ trying to creep back into the trend line to the upside. It's a beautiful bounce right there, though. Look at that. Kind of like what happened right here. I like that. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get a call out from him on that. I don't care what it does anymore. Could get 440 out of it. I think we will. It looks like we're trying to get back in the trend. The selling might be over. Yeah, yes, looks like it's getting ready to roll back up. Doesn't look good though. I think it's going to find resistance under the hourly on the 200. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what I say. Ah, the Bears, weak, weak sauce of Bears. Oh, there they are. Did I save that? Oh, I didn't. There you go, Hulk. Toss those Bears. That's that Holding though. I think ES just went green. Yeah, ES just went green. Bitcoin just went green. Oh my goodness. There you go, guys. Woot, I'm done. There you go, bro. There you go. Congrats. Congrats, Faf. Look, Faf, you were you were struggling like an hour or so ago. Man, you're up 334, 34, 3,444. Bro, there's no reason to be depressed. That is freaking good. Yep. Non-farm earnings. Man, that's beautiful. Congrats. Now let's turn that 34 full port. Yep. See yourself out, Bears. See yourself out. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated. That looks gross. 30-minute looks decent. I'm gonna get that upside move now. Slow. We're gonna go into power hour at a nice level. It could rip us. You just don't know though. Back in the up in that channel, the upper channel for NQ again. Right in it again. Like if I was general, I would probably be looking at that XSP long now. Ugh. Yeah, could be crazy. Look at Apple curling up to the upside now. It's like it's getting set up. Like they're setting it up just to rip. NQ at 23, 435.75. ES at 6,395.50. We're back in that prior low on Nasdaq from yesterday. That's good though. That's good though. We're gonna develop this. Bad thing is look where Nasdaq is. It's right back in this channel from yesterday. we get back in there and we could just consolidate the rest of the afternoon and then wait for earnings. Cook everybody zero DTEs because it's end of day and you got to make them worthless. And yeah. So that's why I say the end of day is really tough, is because you got zero DTEs and they know that. And keeping the market neutral longer into the close is better for institutions. My issue, C. Oh wow, you even threw a little Spanish in that. C. Dixie is still green, really pushing that 100 level. Dixie moving up is a headwind to the market. Plus, Chicago PMI came in very hot. Could be a prelude to the first real bump in inflation from tariffs. Economic Economics may be downward pressure instead of climbing the wall of worry. Possibly. I'll be right back. Yeah, US dollar is in a short squeeze right now. Let's take a look at Dixie since Tip brought it up. We don't have Tesla tonight, so TXY. I mean, the dollar's been ripping for since the 28th, since Monday. I mean, even longer than that, since July 24th on Thursday, the dollar's been ripping. Tip. So, mm, I get it, but I mean, the dollars are has just been ripping. I don't know. What else do we have today? Amazon, Apple. Anybody else good? How about Coin? Let's look at Coin. How about Reddit? RDDT, right? Reddit's got a gap that it made. Let's see what else we got. And keep back in that trend line. Look at that. Working really nice now. Yes, stalling out. Sitting at 23, 446.25. Yes, at 6,396.75. Yes is green 0.1%, 0.01%. Nasdaq is down, is red 0.14%. Personally, I wouldn't be surprised if NQ struggles here and then breaks back down. The last hourly candle confirmed below the 200. Now it's struggling just on top of it. All right, Anon. Have a great day. Man, lucky. Have a great day, brother. We'll see you tomorrow. Blasky, what is up, my dude? Yeah, what a crazy day, man. So good money for some folks. Got a nice sell. Decent trend to the downside. Small pullbacks. Yeah, I missed that short that I was talking about on ES. I was like, oh, it'd be a perfect spot to take a short, and sure enough, it dumped right off that. Got a couple of scalps. Nothing to write home about, though. Overall, yeah, it's a mediocre day. Amazon catching that bid now. I think I'd be less mad about missing it compared to getting in and stopped early like I did. Laugh out loud. Well, on the bright side, between yesterday and today, I've gotten a lot of practice scalping. Well, that's good. That's good. Every day in the market is a learning experience, something to be learned, understood, and honing your skills, getting better at trading and stuff. You know, so I always say, don't beat yourself up about it. It's just part of the process. And the break-even runner held. Nice. Nice. Congrats. I took a trade on TDOC for a breakout. It's a healthcare company. Contracts were like 11 cents, so I picked up a bunch of them. I just need to get up a couple of points. I need to get a 755. I should 4x my money, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. We'll see. It's got to work, though. I think he's struggling here going into 10 minutes before the top of the hour. Still above the 9, though, on the 9 minute. Holding that upward trend line. It's kind of cooking those contracts like we mentioned earlier. Yes, it's trying, though. It did that earlier before that big drop down. Though. Slow grinding up, then all the bulls get stopped out. Yep. About 10 minutes from power hour. Well, this is a good spot here if they're going to sell it. Get that next leg down. It's already done the same move one, two, three times. You can see it there. Maybe even four if you want to call it that. Pushed up, rejected, sold down. 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 Pushed up. We can get that last one. I mean, that's one, two, three, four. This will be the fifth failed break to the upside, in my opinion. Like a short the pop kind of day, you know? Every time it pops up, short it down, and just keep swatting it down until it doesn't work. Yeah, ES, the EMAs are trying to converge. The nine's trying to cross the 26 on the 3. NQ struggling, trying to push into that bottom side of the trend line. You know, Fop, that's the reason why, I paper trade so much. The paper trading allows you to take the trade and not have to worry about the loss or being wrong and stuff like that. Because at the end of the day, just you're making targets and you're going after them. So at the end of the day, you want to kind of focus on that because that'll allow you to capitalize on the moves. Yeah, nasty thing is that somebody pointed out the 4 hour sold, but now we're reclaiming. I mean, we got 2 hours on this, so huh. Take a look at Apple. Apple catching that bid now for real. You got 3 minutes left on this 1 hour candle. Looking pretty good though for upside though. Into the close. 30 minute. We got 3 minutes left on this 30. 15 rejecting on NQ, pushing back down. Hmm. General 638s are 181 now. Hey, you got selling. It's all the selling that's been happening. Overall market is red. You got institutions that took profit on Microsoft and Meta. Got Tesla's down, Apple's down. I mean, there's really nothing green. There's not a whole lot green other than Microsoft, Meta, and Amazon and Costco. That has any significance on Nasdaq. Look at the S&P. I mean, there's so much red there. Then also you got Jay Powell's negative comments. You got tariff news that's coming in any day now. You got tariffs are going to kick in like 2 days or in a day. So, I mean, you have a accumulation of just bad stuff in the market. So, let me ask you this. What do you think is good that should indicate that the market should continue upside? We are alive. Yes, Johnny Five is alive. I don't. I've been bearish all at all-time highs. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, it's a combination of things. You got institutions that have to take profit on Meta and Microsoft, probably specifically Microsoft. So that's why you got that huge sell at the open because institutions have to reduce their position to get under their 5%. And that with bad news and there's no good news today. Nothing really good has come out today. So it's you just got mainly, people repositioning and stuff like that. Think about it too. You got end of month, you got the end of the month coming up as well. So, you got contracts expirations for tomorrow. You got all kinds of stuff happening. So it's an interesting day to say the least. I've been bearish for a few weeks. Market's been grinding up on the daily chart while MACD has been going down. That's a bearish divergence. We are in Power Hour team. I don't use the MACD or RSI and stuff like that. They're too slow for me. The delay on those, and by the time you get them, and interesting enough is I was listening to someone that was talking about RSI, and they were saying that historically over the last 5 years, that if RSI is on the overbought and we start selling, that's a mark that you should start scaling into the position because we usually bounce off of that. It plays every day at 3 p.m. Can your useless self do this? Yeah, it'd be cool if we could get the bot to pop up something for Power Hour. Oh, that's right, RQ. I forgot. You're the edgeless trader. I was working on it. Uh, you know, Actually, there's a PDF on how you're supposed to understand the signals on that bot. Yeah, it'd be cool if the bot actually threw the Power Hour logo or something around this time. I'm gonna turn my fan back on. It's too hot for this. Oh, there you go. You know what? To be honest with you, half the stuff the bot posts, I have no idea what it means. Some of the stuff it posts up, I have no idea what it means. I'm just like, okay, bot says so. We's in it. What am I down on? 4 cents on those. Most of us don't. Great. That's no bueno. None of us do. Yes, it's just stalled out here. I don't think they know what to do with this thing. You know? Hey, Coach Matt, good to see you. Doesn't tariffs start tomorrow? Yeah, the tariffs. I'm doing all right. Nah, I just got a brain fart. You just got me cold. I was like, "Bleh." Yeah, never mind. Historical. You know, oh, Oh man, a lot of weakness. There's a big shell shock about the whole, tariff news, and then J Powell, like we talked about yesterday, earnings ripped us. You know, Meta and Microsoft were more than amazing. You know, unfortunately, you know, un- unfortunately, we saw Microsoft sell $38 into the open today, so that didn't jive too well. But that's institutions, trying to get to their 5% mark, so that's to be expected. So the one thing I'll say about the sell is it's been the same, more of the same to me. More controlled sales. We tested a prior day low, bounced off them. We're still in the range. Now here's the funny thing. Was it Nasdaq? Yes. So like Nasdaq and ES both have this range right here that starts at 23,473. And Nasdaq is below it. ES is fairly closer to its range, and you can see it right there because we consolidated for. Yeah, I mean we. So I think we have more consolidation. It looks like they want to close us flat. If you look at us now, we're barely red. But then I kind of feel like everybody's kind of like on pins and needles just because of what the market did yesterday. Microsoft and Meta smoked the bears. It ate their lunch, so left them high and dry. Yes. So I think that you're seeing more people a little bit more timid because they just got burned so bad yesterday, I'm sure. So a little bit of hesitation. Now, the problem I see is that earnings are relying on Amazon and Apple, which you and I have had countless discussions about Apple. That what value is Apple bringing to the table now? You know, it needs something. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Another story of the Brits selling us. Hmm. Amazon kind of catching a bid. It's got a long way to go though. Needs to get above Monday's high. NQ kind of catching a bid here. Yeah, just running out of time though. Last 40 minutes of the cash session. Hmm. The other thing yeah, yes, yeah. Let's see what the half hour does. Maybe we can find a pivot or something. Although it does look more selly. Looks like they want to continue selling this. It's terrible. Yeah, look, he even smiled. Exactly. Tipped. Nice and cuddly, like a little sheep. Hmm. Hmm. Nice. He made over $3,000 today. I don't know what he's still. Faf, didn't you cash out? Sounds good, Blasky. We'll catch you later, brother. Have a good one. What time frame? What time frame do you look for those three candles? Got it. Yeah, we're close to the last 15. That's right, Gabber. Today is the last day of the month. It is the 31st. Now we're at that spot. Yeah, our gang, we're in the last 15 now. Got imbalances here in 5 minutes. What's up, Chan? Good to see you. Now, will we close red or green for the day? Yeah, it looks like the Bears have it. Yeah, just not enough time to do anything really. Hmm. Right. Yep. Nope. I'm still sewing. Another weak sell from the Bears. Nice. Congrats, Tip. Sounds good, Coach. Have a great day. Thanks for popping in. Absolutely. Yeah, and those of you that are listening on YouTube, you all can also pop into our lab hosted by one of our great coaches, Coach Matt. He hosts a lab every Thursday after market close. So if you guys are looking for information, drop on in our Discord. We'd love to have you and meet you guys. Don't forget about our great sales that we've got going on, our launch plans. Our $49 and $69 or direct to funded accounts are also 20% off. So if you guys are looking, some fantastic opportunities. The last 4 minutes, team. A little bit of a push here. It's holding, but not by much. They don't want to budge. Good job, Tip. Good job on that. Glad to see your percentage is so high. I'm at like 67%. 67.39% is my my win rate. Last three. Tesla selling. Last 2 minutes. Struggling. Bucket just doesn't want to reclaim. Another flat close. Another manipulated close into the end of day. What a shame. See something more explosive into the end of day, but looks like we're gonna have to wait for earnings. Last 1 minute before the cash hour cash session closes. You got 1 minute till Amazon earnings. Oh, look at that rep. Look at that rep at the last 40 seconds. Oh my goodness. I got 34 seconds. Come on, go. 30, 20 seconds. Ten seconds. Come on, baby, go. Don't pull back. Come on. One. Ding, ding, ding. There's your close team. Ugh. All right, team. All right, team. There you go. So what are we thinking? Full port Amazon? Not even close to it. Not even close to it. There goes Amazon to the upside. Wow. Oh man, there goes Amazon. Look at that toilet on Amazon. Oh my God, look at that. Earnings are starting to drop all over the place. We're waiting for Apple. Let's go. No, they already reported, bro. They already reported. All right, gang. Absolutely. You guys enjoy yourselves there in Coach Matt's class. He's got a great class coming up. Interesting day to say the least. Let's go back to Apple. Amazon dumping. Didn't fill. That's a good thing. You got it, guys. All right, guys. All right, team. Y'all have a great day. Hope you guys enjoyed the trading session. Don't forget, you guys can catch me here tomorrow, about about 10 to 15 minutes before market open, as well as on YouTube for my friends. Yeah, thanks a lot for all my friends for hanging with me today. Hope you guys had a great trading day. Hope you all were green. I was half and half. Futures green, options red, but hey, tomorrow's another day. We'll figure it out. All right, team. As always, good luck in the market, and I will see you all mañana. Have a great day.